Checking and testing, testing and checking. Checking and testing, testing and checking. All right. Let me get that off the screen. What's going on? Let me get this off the screen. So, I'm trying to not think about this thing, and I may not talk a whole lot. So I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit of Elden Ring here. Interesting. Okay, so let me 1 second. Sorry. Okay. So obviously, guys, this is another one of those times where all I'm going to say is I can't tell you what I did. But obviously, here we are. Obviously, you know what streaming software this is. And if you look in the top corner of your screen, the top left corner, I know it's small. Okay. Now, if I introduce certain other things too, now I'm not going to tell you what I did. However, obviously, certain things are absent. The browser window for the concurrent counter. So that's a way to immediately get this scammer to start causing those problems too. Okay, so that needed to go away, obviously. But the point is, they can use other things. So there may be some other things that I did and am doing to avoid the data being yanked, if that makes sense, while I'm streaming. I know, confetti. I know. Yep, where's the... So remember, wow, look at that. Look, did you see how smooth that was until they're trying to... So even that little tiny piece of information that I just said maybe was enough. If you get what I'm saying? If you get what I'm saying. So we're just gonna chill and play a little Elden Ring. I know how much, chilling bothers the scammer for some reason. Oh, look at that. They're making it drop down again. Look at the top left corner. And you guys know it doesn't happen. So there it is. There it is. That didn't take long. There it is. So give me a second here. I may have to call my lawyer. Excuse me. Again, this is that may be the whole GPU thing that's going on now. They always have that. But there's no way I come to this area and it suddenly drops down. That is them, doing what they're doing. See, it's even on the map. And it wasn't like that just now when I opened the map before, remember? So, like, again, that little piece of information I gave them. That little piece. So we'll go back here. A little piece of information I gave. So I told you, literally this whole time, if they want to screw with people. Now, conveniently, me coming back here, they know, you know, like, obviously, they don't want me to be able to prove this. So they're doing the opposite now. Okay? And this is sort of a little bit of what I was dealing with before the stream, a little bit. But I don't want to reveal too much. See how it's dropping down, even just ever so slightly there when it wasn't even doing that earlier. Like I could, you know what I mean? So, obviously, we know this doesn't happen. You know, Elden Ring has been relatively very good at performing so far. Like I've been through the game. This is now, you know, I've beaten it for a third time now, and you know, was it 2 or 3? See, I don't even remember. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's just 2. I'm sorry, it's 2. I beat it twice. I'm on my journey to my fault. And you know, like, I mean, throughout that entire time we've been streaming and playing it, you know, it's obviously not the frame rate's not dropping like that, you know. And we even proved that it looked better with the other stream software too. So the point is that the more they have with open source, there we are, open source. Okay. So nobody believes for a second that I went to the Divided Falls after saying we're going to do a chill stream, and it's actually dropping down. Nobody believes that. Yeah, it's never like this here. You guys know that. They're actually trying to say that it's like that bad. It's never been like that. Never. Not even once. So that people are just... This is a very rare place to be. A lot of people don't come to this place. They can't come here. It takes a long time to get here. So they're, you know, like you even see it up here. Like, I mean, that's ridiculous to try to pretend like that's actually happening here. So there's something going on there. So let me go ahead. I bet you I can fix this. Give me a second. I will do my best. But again, as you guys know, I have to be cautious. I can't. Yeah. They are doing this. This is NVIDIA. They are doing this through the NVIDIA. This is China. So, I can't tell you why I know that, but that is who it is. This is China. And they're crashing NVIDIA textures, trying to make it look bad. That's what they're doing. So, like, again, that's why the FPS starts dropping here. Because, again, it didn't do this before. You guys know it's normally really smooth here. We've done plenty of streams in this area. I mean, geez, I used to just stand in this area, you know, and it was just, you know, solid 60 FPS, like, obviously. Otherwise, I would have said something, you know. So, like, that's kind of the point, and that's why I made the point about when we went to this spot over here, when they were dropping the FPS there, and trying to make it seem like it was that spot. No, they're just doing that, just like this. So if they know that there's a spot where you would go and it would cause trending, you know what I mean, where they're sitting here controlling the numbers on my channel, they're gonna sit there and mess with that spot. But obviously, if I'm sitting here and I'm telling you, you know what I mean? Like, I'm explaining it. They're just they're gonna kind of back off a little bit. So like here, see, like that. But like that's already happened. Like the thing they already did, like see how completely solid, like that's insane. You know what I mean? So like this just happens. Literally, this is NVIDIA. This is the fact that China is screwing around with NVIDIA stuff. That's all this is. Look how good this looks. Oh my god, it's like I can like whip it around like the old days. Like that's how it's supposed to be on PC. I mean, geez, man, solid. And then you get what I'm saying? Like there shouldn't be any reason for that. And then I open the map, same thing. So again, it was just doing that because they were screwing up the textures here. And you know, it's literally just over in the Abyssal Woods. So far. Yeah, I mean, like, here's Gravesite Plane. Now, Gravesite Plane was always actually pretty solid, obviously. Like, that was always really smooth. So was the Abyssal Woods. I mean, that's a pretty closed-in area. It's obviously gonna do that. You know what I mean? Like, who are you trying to fool? So, oh, did I not get this one? Oh, I never even got that guy this time around? I thought I did. I guess I didn't. Well, I'll have to get him. I don't know that I'll do that now, but I definitely gotta do that. So you see what I'm saying? It's them screwing with the textures. And that's what Microsoft, in my opinion, used to do, because, you know, like, obviously, you know, Xbox went with, you know, a different. There's tearing. Like, do you see the tearing? Hold on. That's not even supposed to be happening. What the heck? Oh, jeez. Yeah, they don't have. They turned off VSync entirely, so that's part of the issue. Do you guys see that, or is it just me that's seeing it? I'm sure that you probably see it, but let me. Yeah. See, I don't have. So they turned it off in general. Yeah, there's just non-stop tearing. They turned off VSync. Like on a you know, like almost like on a hardware level. Because there's like tearing and stuff. And that never used to happen in this spot either, where it's like dropping low. So that's them poking and prodding and doing shit that they shouldn't be doing. See how it's dropping way down now? 40? Yeah. Oh yeah, they're definitely doing that. So they're screwing with something. They're screwing with like a texture in this spot. It's probably this stuff. They're probably undoing the optimizations that. That's probably what they're doing. Because remember how I explained this? How I explained like a bunch of shit like this? It takes a lot to optimize that. And it's actually really impressive that From Software always ran really well and did that really well. Well, this is clearly them trying to attack this and make it. See how I come over here and it doesn't? No, it doesn't do that. See? It shouldn't do that. It's literally because I'm sitting here streaming. They're just actively using the GPU and all that shit because I'm streaming. Like right this quickly into it. Yeah, there's actual tearing and stuff. Like on my screen in the game. And that's how it's supposed to happen. This game never had tearing. So that's do you remember when YouTube randomly removed Shadow of the Erdtree version from like all of the game directories on YouTube? Do you remember that? Like just overnight, and every stream I did, it took it out. It untrended it like overnight. Do you remember that? And that's literally the version that clearly we have, and you know, I people think is too hard to play, and here I am like annihilating it, talking about it, and so they're screwing that up, trying to make it look bad. Because it looks really, really good. It always did. They did a good job with it. But they're just really trying to screw it up and make it look bad. On purpose. I mean, it's ridiculous. Yeah, and typically we're like flying through here too. You know what I mean? Like we, you know what I mean? Like you guys know I can fly through the game, and so the point is people are paying attention, people are watching, so they're picking right now. Like they're spying on people, they know who's watching. Yeah, like even the map here, like look at that. Even the map's like blinking around and stuff, like vertical sync's just off. So this is, hold on, let me see if I can do one thing. Now again, it's not even happening here at all. It's just the DLC. So I think this is fascinating that, you know, again, it's almost like they're trying to erase Shadow of the Erdtree edition from existence. Okay, so there's the tearing. Do you see that? That's really bad. That doesn't happen. Do you see that? Oh, no, you don't. What the fuck? Oh my god. You don't see it at all. Maybe this monitor is fucking garbage. So the tearing definitely could be the monitor. Now that I'm seeing that you guys aren't seeing that. However, the lowering the FPS, nope, that's just that's just disruption. Now notice how when we don't have a concurrent counter on the screen, what you see is the concurrence taken down to the exact number 2, which is what I said, Perry the Pig. When you go to his channel, that's exactly what'll happen. It'll say there's 1 watching, and then you're 2, no matter who you are. As soon as you go in there, 1 watching, and then you're 2. So, that's what's going on here. He is another streamer that is being, like, his games, I think, are being kind of messed with sometimes and stuff like that too, and his streams are. But anyway, you can see it, yeah, it's not, so the tearing was probably just my monitor being a piece of shit, and it's a different issue. But as you can see, the FPS having an issue like anywhere in the normal game. So, you know, again, it's just it's like a complete attack on the DLC. I do think that's interesting that the monitor is doing that. That's pretty shit. That's like literal garbage. Yeah, this screen is shit. If it does that, it might be that it need, because I think you know, like, obviously it should have G-Sync or V-Sync understandable technology. Like, that's reasonable to say. So it shouldn't just be tearing, like when I can see the difference between what you guys see and over here. Yeah, it's literally when I do this, right across like the top of the screen, near the top, it just, like the whole thing, it's so bad. It's almost like frequency interference. You know what I mean? Like it's literally like some of the worst tearing I've ever seen. So crap. You can't even walk in this place. You can't even walk in this place. These guys, I feel like these guys, once you get them, I feel like they should be gone. Like that's all they had to do to fix that, you know what I mean? That's it. Like just once and done, so that way it's not like a pain every time. Yeah, this screen is shit. It literally is. Shouldn't do that. So I didn't get back to Consort Radon yet, but at least we can look at this spot. So you get what I'm saying about like the stuttering? Totally different issue. The tearing I'm talking about, you guys can't see, so don't even worry about that. But the stuttering, as you can tell, is pretty much remotely gone, except for here and there. And again, it happens when they manage to lower the FPS slightly, as you can see. And then at the same time, remember, they're going to continue to do this, the opposite of whatever I say. So just like the Abyssal Woods, You know what I mean? If I sit here and I talk about this, as you can see there, as I started to talk about it. So from now on, that spot's just going to do this. See? Because they know that they're doing this to fool people into thinking, oh, the game just runs like that. So the whole point is this stuff used to look really basic and dumb. And I would point out all the flaws. I'm like, well, that's... You know what I mean? Like, that's not happening because of this, you know? And I'd prove it every time. And so what they started doing is they started scamming my channel so that, you know, it was getting flagged and stuff like that, and they would stop promoting. And it would just sit here. And so that's what you see YouTube doing there. And... So then they're keeping the people doing this, you know, like they're just going to keep us at a certain amount and whatnot to control the trending, so that way it limits how many people are seeing and hearing what I'm talking about. Or I'm clearly talking about you know, things that affect plenty of other people playing games. And something, you know, that probably almost nobody realizes is happening. So... Okay. Wow. Yeah. They're definitely trying to... Yeah, it's normally pretty smooth through here. Don't really have any issues. Wow. Steam has been a pain in the ass lately. I literally signed out specifically for that fucking reason. What a pain in my ass. Like Steam is really starting to make me question. Like, I literally signed out for that reason. I'm really starting to wonder. I signed out specifically for that reason. Don't fucking move my fucking bitrate around. I specifically signed out for that reason. That is a serious problem that I can't even fucking turn that off. That is intentional data leakage. And look at all the stuttering. Look at all this. It's stuttering, stammering around the very second that I start talking about it. Gee, I wonder if they're trying to figure out information. Duh. So I'm gonna call my lawyer here. Sorry, guys. Right half hour into the stream, I have to call my lawyer. Oh, yeah, stammering around all over the place. The whole game is stuttering, stammering around there. Yep, totally. That makes sense, totally. Because, you know, any of this is more difficult to load than the other fucking shit that was already on the other side, and there is more of it. Yep, totally. No. Are you fucking stupid? So did you see the bitrate shift around just then? Right when I brought the screen back, did you see that? So that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. That shouldn't be happening. That is called a monitor. And that's why all this stuff is happening. It's literally because the government is sitting here monitoring everything that I'm doing on my screen. Illegally. So this is a screen monitor. And that's why these things are happening. It just causes everything to use more. But they were really liking the fact that I was blaming China. They were loving that. And it's just the current administration attacking me. That's all it is. Like I said, it's just a screen monitor. So, for whatever blatantly dumb reason, that was causing all that shit here. Imagine that. So, yeah. Obviously, that's kind of, you know. So yeah, screen monitors, that's what they're doing. So they're just watching everything that you're watching. Watching everything that you're gaming. Literally. So this is where all this money's going. Let's do that shit. Well, I mean, that's what it is. They definitely, this current administration definitely likes trying to stick it to anybody really. Anybody really. Anybody really. So you can see they've gotten to stutter a little bit by now. But obviously, it's not as easy without the concurrent counter being like a browser window, you know what I mean? Yep. So obviously I think that's bullshit. Obviously I think that's bullshit. I know the bitrate. Bitrate needs to shift around to make sure we control that trending. Look, they were trying. You saw that, right? Why would it shift around in here? What is so difficult about this room that it would shift around in here? Are you kidding me? Nobody believes that for a second. This is like the easiest thing to... And so in preparation for... Yeah, like you see that dropping to 52. Come on now. We know what's gonna happen with the preparation. Oh yeah, like way down there. Look at that. So yeah, this area. Oh yeah. Oh, I don't care about my rooms. You know, like this is the point. Is like you see how low the FPS was. This is absurd to pretend like it does that. You guys know it doesn't do that. I've played plenty of bosses, beaten the game twice on stream. Well, once in an upload, once on the stream. And, are you kidding me? You're really trying to pretend like the bosses? Like, again, I beat Melania in 3 tries. Oh, let's see if it's happening. I'll bet it's happening there. I'll bet it is. I'll bet it is. Because I remember I stopped playing there. Oh, but it's happening there. This was a spot where it was smooth before, you guys remember. You see. Oh, yeah, oh, look. Okay, it's trying to... That's funny. Yep, there it goes. Why is it doing that? Bet you it maintains through going back through here. But to make me wrong, as soon as I said that. So it started when I was right up against that thing, but then it doesn't clear up until this point. How does that make any sense? Yet when as soon as I said that. So these are many different things going on here. But that is definitively textures being broken right there. That's what that is. Why is my bitrate shifting around? So my point is that for the longest time, this game always looked phenomenal. you know, it doesn't. Yeah, it runs great. And conveniently, as we're pointing all that out. You know, again, they're just trying to. I think they're just trying to kill the DLC. Like I said, they removed the Shadow of the Erdtree version overnight from YouTube's game database and acknowledging that as a version of the game. They just randomly removed it. And this is misinformation. This is when, like, when Trump goes in and just removes something, you know, so that you don't know something exists or something like that. It's really strange. So I think I feel like, you know, it's obviously some sort of thing to, you know, put a damper on this thing where people might already own the game, but, you know, get it maybe again, and he doesn't like that. You know, he doesn't believe in that. Well, too fucking bad. It's a free country. You have no say in whether people own another version of that game or not. You can go F yourself. And that's the point. As he wants a say. He wants to really make sure, you know, that people don't, and so, like, if it seems like, you know, yeah, this guy will spend millions on a gold statue and justify that somehow. So, if it was doing anything where it was doing it because of performance issues or because the game couldn't handle it, it would absolutely do it here. There's no question. Okay. That was a hell of a lot to load to pretend like it wouldn't. So, you know, like, it's just the sort of thing where they're definitely showing that they falled for the traps that I placed, where I said, you know, this stuff is hard to load and stuff like that, and then conveniently. And then right after I said that, for the first time, we see it start cycling the FPS, just like the bitrate. And then you see this person hitting the confetti button as hard as they possibly can the very second that I say that. So remember when we proved earlier that the sky is easier to load? So why would it do that when I'm looking up at the sky? Yeah. There's a little flaw in your theory where you tried to make it look like it was... Yep. So I just proved it double. Okay? If you keep doing it, it's just going to be blatantly obvious to From Software and anybody watching, you are screwing with the game. I just proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Why are you shifting my bitrate around and poking and prodding the device right as I say that? I just proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And I've never seen it drop that low in FPS here either. So you see how they're trying to make it seem like it's like an animation thing now. They're changing it to that now instead of textures. So absurd. So ridiculous. It was always very smooth here. And especially playing... Guys, we don't even have a camera today. You guys know. I mean, like... most of the time I play, I even use a freaking camera, too. Are you serious? You're really sitting here... trying to pretend like... this isn't something you're doing. We already proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt when we looked up at the sky earlier. And you're just continuing to spy on the device and cause all these problems. Continue. Because that's all they're doing. Confetti. 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 Just out of curiosity, you know, who thinks that anybody is hitting that confetti button except the same scammer that's been hitting it for the past 2 fucking years in a row? Does anybody else think that there's anybody else hitting that except the person that's been hitting it for the past 2 fucking years in a row? Same scammer that's been hitting it. Yeah, they know they're doing this because I'm showing the FPS. That's why they're doing it. Immediately a like comes off the stream. Why was your like on the stream then? Oh, right, to remove it right when I said that. That's why that like was on the stream. To remove it right when I said that. That's what it was for. Because that's what you just did. Nobody thinks that the FPS normally lowers in this spot. Because it doesn't. We've actually proven that before. I've definitely played this game with the FPS on the screen before. Most definitely. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Plenty of times. See what I'm saying? They are duplicating what you all saw in the spot. When I proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that it wasn't NVIDIA that was at fault. Nope. So yeah, obviously already beat the game twice. There's plenty of sites of graces I probably don't have. Maybe not plenty, but there's still probably some. Yeah, they're irritated that I'm looking at this because they know they're messing up the DLC a lot more. They know that. There's the bit rate shifting around. Wow. Fascinating, isn't it? Fascinating stuff, isn't it? It's just the place I don't like. Do you see that with the bitrate? Like, I mean, this is starting to, or the FPS, this is starting to get pretty obvious. Oh. Oh. Okay. Already did it. So that's why the tree looks like that, because I've obviously finished the game. And, you know, obviously there'll be a lot of the game where it looks like that for you. I mean, it looks like that before you finish the game. Yeah, so they're still getting the stuttering back, as you can see. They're trying to get the stuttering back now that it's, you know, now that I'm out here and I'm out in the DLC. So like the FPS isn't as easy for them to drop, so they're trying to do it with like the stuttering effect. obviously. So that's where you can really see that stuttering effect has nothing to do with the FPS drop. You know, like it hasn't dropped like literally at all the past few times it did it. So, you know, again, it's nothing to do with the FPS. Dropping to 59 doesn't. You're not gonna. I think I did all that. I did all that. I think. You really see it like there, like this whole ton, all of a sudden, and FPS isn't even dropping at all. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted to show you. You know, people are gonna. Oh, it runs like shit. No, they're doing it through the stream software. That's why it's like slow to load certain things and stuff too. They're causing that. In case you haven't noticed. Yeah, like anytime you see that where it's just like stuttering around, there's really no reason. It's literally just that garbage. Because again, before this scammer showed up, talking about how everything looked so smooth before the scammer showed up. None of that happened. Yep, there it is. See how he's able to suddenly drop it, but again, probably can't maintain it. So like again, that was just a real quick. That's him. That's obviously them working on that. You know what I'm saying? It's just randomly out of nowhere. Conveniently, as I'm pointing all this out. So again, you can see the game being attacked. You can see various things loading, unloading. Again, they are blatantly attacking the game. You see it. Yeah. See, there's a little drop in the FPS there, and we really haven't seen it like that. So this is them trying to, you know, gain control of the FPS entirely, and you can see that happening, where they're starting to do that in the world now, where it was just the DLC before. See, I distracted them there, and it's almost like they forgot to do it. So when I came back around, they remembered that I just distracted them. So that's the point. They do make mistakes because they listen to what I'm saying. That's the point. This is what you have to realize. Like, they have made plenty of mistakes before, and I have called them out. So every time this happens, you know, they're just gonna sit here and try to do the polar opposite of anything that I am telling you. So again, if it's a screen monitor, which it is, what it does is the very second that there's movement like this and stuff like that, not necessarily that, but like movement in the game, it's a problem. Like Windows Windows is trash. So. So, you know, I mean, obviously, showing that it's all of a sudden getting progressively worse, you know, like that's just further evidence, of what we proved earlier. You know, again, conclusive evidence when I looked at the sky and they didn't, you know, again, that was their other mistake, you know, like again, there's just mistake after mistake after mistake. So, you know, again, for them to be trying to run interference where, you know, to trick you into thinking it's running like that, even though it's not. Obviously, it runs great. Like you see it, you know, like it doesn't suddenly not, you know, like no. The whole point is, I was pointing out that they messed with all these other games, and when it came to Elden Ring, they really had a lot harder of a time screwing with it. So, and you know, right as I say that, they shift the bitrate around to try to do something about the trending. I'm just looking at a couple of things, making sure. Yeah, so there is definitely data that they're trying to push through Windows if they can. So there's that too. And you see my bitrate shift the second I say that. I mean, it's just absolutely absurd. It's the same stupid shit where, you know, you close a program a million times. How many times should Windows be allowed to open that fucking program? And come on, I mean, like how absurd is that? And then it shifts down. There's the bitrate shifting all over the place again. So, you know, again, if you're gonna just shift the bitrate around, I'm just gonna call my lawyer again and document all of this. This stream will be another evidence stream. I mean, it really is full of evidence. So. Blatantly attacking the game, trying to make it look bad. Blatantly. Why? Play Witcher 3? Why? Because it's good. Notice how the bitrate wasn't, or the FPS wasn't shifting around at all until I started talking. Notice that? And then it was just like up and down a little bit. Sort of like the bitrate. Fascinating stuff, isn't it? This is the spot where it was doing that. So why didn't it do it just now? This is the point. Yep. And then again, as I say that, it does it, but again, it didn't before that. The second time that I went to go back and showed you that it didn't fucking do it. So that's the fucking point. They're just randomly doing that, and again, I was in that section the whole time and it did nothing. Why did you suggest to play The Witcher? Because it's good? Is that the real reason you want me to play it? I've already played The Witcher. So why do you want me to play it? And you clearly know that it's good. So why? Why? Why is my bitrate shifting around? But I'm clearly playing Elden Ring right now. Here's what I think. I think that people want me to play certain things because you want me to install something while I'm streaming so that way you can screw around with the installation files. That's what I think. Just like what happens when I'm off stream and they're still trying to do that illegally. And I have caught them doing it. So how about when I'm saying that I'm playing Elden Ring, how about when I say that I'm playing Elden Ring, we don't just come in the stream and suggest that I play something else? I'm clearly playing this because I want to play this. Because I am streaming what I want to stream and what I want to talk about. That's an error. That somebody doesn't understand streaming. You're literally an internet troll sitting in here detracting from everything I'm talking about. Trying to detract from the evidence that we already found out. So I'll definitely be contacting my lawyer. And you came in here right when I was pointing out, boy, that was weird. And you were like, yeah, that was really weird. Yeah, okay. Telling me to play The Witcher. Be fucking stupid. Go watch my Witcher stream then if you want to watch me play The Witcher. Like, you literally came in here trying to claim that you wanted me to play The Witcher, but you didn't even clearly look up my channel to see that I played it already. So, clearly, that was just a stream that you didn't steal off my channel yet. Oh, there's the bitrate shifting around, indicating that he's looking around for it and probably trying to steal footage from it. Imagine that. So, I am talking entirely too much. Way more than I should be. And, big surprise that, all this is escalating when certain people know that I'm under the weather. So, just to let you know, it's not internet trolls when they're doing it when there's actual pain involved, actual chronic pain involved, and swelling. So, that's disgusting, and that's called terrorism. Yeah, they're definitely just attacking the game. Jesus fucking Christ. Why can't I literally hit the normal map button from this screen? I have to go back here. It's so trash. Tired of it. Stop moving my bitrate around because I call something trash. Stop it. Literally fucking stupid. Literally that is the dumbest, most immature fucking bullshit I have ever seen in my entire life. Especially the stuff about the CNN exposed and all that. There's literally some of the most immature, dumb shit I have ever seen in my entire life. Completely absurd. Wow. Well, we're shifting the bitrate around. We're shifting the bitrate around. We're shifting the bitrate around. We're shifting the bit rate around. We're shifting the bit rate around. We're shifting the bit rate around. So see how they're dropping it to like way down there? Remember how this was totally fine earlier? That's why I came here. Remember how this was totally fine earlier? Remember that? Oh yeah. It was totally fine earlier. 60 FPS, not dropping lower. Yep. Here we clearly see yep. And that water texture is not loading right, so that's what it is. They're crashing the water texture. Yep, see? See? And then as soon as I came over here and I said that, and I said what it was, they started crashing something else to make me wrong. You know what I mean? Like, it's always about making me wrong. It's always the opposite. Because, again, it's just Trump, who is always wrong. And remember, earlier we did come through here, and it was totally fine, if you remember. So again, I'm not going to tell you what I fixed, but you know, it's not like I turned up the graphics. We're not talking about that. I didn't turn up the graphics or anything, and it's running. No, it's not what we're talking about. This is literally just about them learning from the things that I've said and then breaking that. And just literally learning from everything where, like, I've pointed out all along the way that they're always getting to this point. And it started with stuff like this way back. Oh yeah. Look at how low that. There's no reason it should be dropping in the 40s. That's absurd. There's nowhere else in the fucking game it's even dropping that low. And now, again, still even on the map, it's dropping. That's absurd. No, you're crashing it on purpose. You are intentionally making a texture load like a second time, or incorrectly load, or have a memory leak, and that's all you're doing. You one down in the 30s there. And it doesn't do that. Literally doesn't do that. Oh wow, look at that. Oh, wow. Oh wow, look at that. You can see how they're trying to add some stuttering to cause a problem. They're trying. But it, you know, it's just loading it. So the stutter that they're adding, that's not causing the problem, because it really wasn't even doing it that much there. The problem, again, is them breaking that texture. It's probably that water texture. And then as I walked away from the water, then it was something else, you know? Like, it's just about crashing certain things. Maybe it's the trees. So they're just trashing a texture and getting it to load like extra. Yeah, it never did it here. So it's definitely water textures. They're doing it with water textures. See that? Remember when we rode the coffin down? Do you guys remember that? It would have been doing that like nuts. Yeah. We recently did this. We recently on stream. Remember, I went down there and got in the thing and wrote it down. So there's no, and then it fixes itself when it's still. See how they were fixing it when I was saying that, and then as soon as I moved it, it happened again. So again, this is layered. This is layered things breaking it so that I can't explain it to you. Like they'll just break a texture like that. Did you see how when I muted for a second, it went back up to 60 for like a split second? So these are all things that they're using to cause this. They're sitting here and just like doing it all at the same time, all at once. So yeah, there it is. 20. Now it's in the 20s. Nobody thinks that the game actually does that. It never has. It literally never has. So yeah, that's the water texture there, as you can see. You know, because it's not doing it here at all. So they are crashing that water texture. And I don't have this, again, I didn't turn up any graphics than normal. This is the same settings I normally use. So let me see if we can do anything about this. And like I said, I'm still going to call my lawyer here in a minute anyway. Yeah. Yep. So it's just a crashing of a texture. This is why anything ever needs updates, by the way. Like, they're just further perpetuating updates. Let me try something. So yeah, I mean, look. I turned the water quality literally all the way down, and it's still doing it. Still doing it. But then as soon as I look this way. But now that I'm saying that, they're trying to make it not do that. You see what I mean? Like, it's just about making me wrong. And then, again, coming off that stream, too, right? literally pointed out that that dude is always wrong about everything. So, and you know, obviously, you see the scammer that's facilitating this. You know, hitting that confetti button as fast as they can for the past 2 years. But look at this, and then as soon as I look up, okay? As soon as I look up, and they're crashing that tree texture too. So that must be like one of the trees. Oh no, there's water there, that's why. There's water there. So there's water behind that one. There's another fall over there, that's why. So like, oh wow. It's actually on the screen a little bit there, as you can see, and it's not doing it. So I think this is like a trick where, like, again, it's making it load it again. And obviously it can't do it twice. So that's what you see there, I think. So this is probably some dumbass messing with my system, because I was right about that. That's what I started with. And he's pissed off and triggered that I was right because he's such a dumbass. So he's working with Trump administration, because the point is, you know, that's the stuff that I used to say, and I was right about it. That is absurd. It's never done that. Never. Not once. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. Look how low it's dropping. Yep. It's the water texture. And I already showed you what like, again, it's the, I turned it all the way down. It shouldn't matter. I turned the water all the way down just to see. So, you know, that has nothing to do with anything. That's them locking that. That's them locking that. So I do have to contact my lawyer about this. This is pretty serious. This is digital destruction of property. Again, I can't play certain parts of the game that I purchased on Steam, that I own on Steam. Now, I do own this. This is my game. I actually had to buy it a second time because the Trump administration destroyed it, the physical copy, the first time. When they hacked the Xbox and they fucked with the Series X, breaking that. So, you know, again, I'm going to go ahead and call my lawyer here. Yeah, I mean, it's just complete crashing of the water texture. So anytime there's water in the game, that's what's doing it. Literally what's doing it. Yet conveniently, not this one. So if you remember, if you remember, I made a real big deal on stream the one day. I was like ranting and raving and stuff like that. Over here, it's all about this. That one day where I proved to you guys that it was even smooth looking at the waterfalls. Even the waterfalls wouldn't cause the problem. I'll bet you it does now. And that's all they're doing here. It's exactly that. And, you know, the whole point is you see my bitrate shift down. Yeah, like that's, you know that's what's doing it then. Because that scammer is literally sitting there doing that. Trying to make it seem like, you know, oh yeah, it's that. So, you know, if it shifts down, obviously they are affecting trending. They want me to think that's not that. You know, obviously that's no. And so like they think they have a manipulation game here, but they don't. You know, the whole point is that I'm fully aware that is used for that. So I'm not using that as a conclusive way of like what do you think I am, fucking stupid? I know you're doing that. So the point is, I proved that, I absolutely definitively proved beyond a shadow of a doubt, that all they're doing is, you know, again, a lot of these, you know, they're installing things in there where the hardware is stuff that these guys can spy on it. And Microsoft doesn't care. They're not doing anything. You know, again, you're supposed to believe it's secure, but it's not. So again, it's just a matter of certain companies like Intel that will work with the Trump administration and allow them to spy on you and fuck around with your stuff. And obviously they're going to lie. They're not going to admit that they're doing all this, but they are. All right. I do need to contact legal here. I've been talking way too much. Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. Basically every game now, too. They're just gonna sit here and try to mess up every single video game. That's what they're doing. Because remember, they're destroying gaming. The Trump administration, along with help from people around the world, are destroying the gaming industry. That's what they're doing. All while pretending to give fake bank accounts to young people. Like, what do you think that is? You really think those companies are going to just invest money in you just over time? What are you, moron? If it was an organization, a non-profit, it would be a .org. It's .gov. Slimy, sleazy Trump administration .gov. There's that bit rate. Shifting around. Yeah, this wasn't even doing this the last time when we were playing, even with the other stream software. This is literally just coming right off that stream where I told you guys that he's like wrong about everything. I think that Elon Musk is training his AI to attack anybody that sits here and talks about Trump. I think that's what he's doing, and I think he's lying to it and teaching it misinformation. So just to recap, the point is, whenever I show the FPS, they will lower the FPS. They will use means to screw around with the FPS and lower it right in front of you so that you think that this is an issue to try to continue to sell low FPS, shit, and pump trash games out that are lower FPS. And the point is that, whenever I'm, doing that, they're showing the FPS, they're lowering that. Okay. So if I don't show the FPS, well then it's about anything else that I'm calling out that they're doing, that they're attacking. Again, if they start stuttering the screen around to make it look like the FPS is dropping, where people don't understand that's not really FPS, that's just a stuttering effect they're doing with the stream software. The point is, that's what they're conveniently doing. You get what I'm saying? So it's just a flip-flop every single fucking time. And as soon as I get on to prove it, like, all right, so if you remember, we had a hack the very second that that we streamed with Prism Live Studio. When we first got this this tower, and we streamed with Prism Live Studio, it was hacked at the snap of a finger. And Windows told me that. It wouldn't even let it run. It said it was malware after that. So the point is that they sat there and they hacked that, but then there were parameters that locked them out. And so they did have access after that. So again, that's just a really quick recap. That's just one example of a time. I'm literally watching live as they sit here and they affect the other device. So again, you guys have, I mean, like, there's supposedly, we're streaming 2 hours and there's been consistent viewership that they're lying about. And there's 17 views counted on the stream, guys. 17. That's how many views are being counted on the stream. 17. So a very similar view count to when Perry the Pig streams, where he doesn't get very many views and stuff like that. And I pointed out that there's a lot of meddling going around there too. So if I continue to see just basically where it's blatantly a lie, where we can count the number of times, you know, again, in the first 10 minutes, we blatantly had 17 viewers. So I'm just going to contact my lawyer here and send him these screenshots of, you know, this graph flipping around all over the place, you know, where they're using this device. He's spamming this emoji button, and again, using it as a beacon to flag that device. And, you know, again, it's the sort of thing where he is the scammer that has created a cloned device, and he's logged in with my credentials. So he's sitting there doing that, flagging it over and over and over. And he sat here trying very hard to hide his own view and stuff like that. So a lot of this has to do with again, another scammer posing as you in another country and doing things with your data and stuff like that. Wow, laugh emoji right away. So, you know, again, you see how this person, there's no normal people in here that would for 2 years straight spam a confetti button, and then right as we say certain things that would conveniently make this scammer look bad, they mash the laugh emoji right then. No, again, it's the same person, same patterns. This person has a shitload of real accounts that when they come into my channel and they chat and they give their fake super chats that would make you think that I'm rejecting revenue and stuff like that. This is all to confuse you and make you think, you know, again, just like earlier you saw the asshole in chat trying to say that I'm streaming, you know, again, because of requests, of what people requests and stuff like that. But he's such an asshole that he comes in here on a burner account. He's not going to come in and show me who he is. He comes in here on a burner account. they just made today. Why are you doing that? So, basically, you know, it's the sort of thing where these people act this way to, you know, it's the sort of thing where they're trolling beyond what trolling would normally be, to the level where it's causing damage, and it's literal terrorism. And it's not trolling anymore; it's literal terrorism, where it's people literally maliciously hacking, spying on people, and using their data maliciously. You know, again, if the consensus is that they sit here and they're able to make people think very consistently that games don't work and don't run, all they're going to do is sit here and allow certain people to stream and others not to. So again, Ricky Berwick doesn't have a better PC than me. Yet he plays all the same games as me, doesn't have a problem. Well, pretty much all the same games. And again, another point of comparison, where again, this is a game we've been playing for a long time and never had these problems. And only recently, as it's escalating, as all these things are happening, conveniently, here it is. Conveniently, they're, you know, making deals where, you know, NVIDIA chips are now in China. And they're able to sit here and just screw around with your GPU anytime they want. So that is terrorism. Just to let you know. Digital destruction of property, terrorism. If the consensus is that you're making certain people, you know, again, that's defamatory. Where clearly the game can be played. Clearly the specifications of my hardware have played it a ton of times before, and then just all of a sudden, as we're insulting Trump more and more because he's a piece of fucking shit, as we escalate this, what happens? I can say whatever the fuck I want about Donald Trump. If he continues to attack and this stuff gets worse, this only further proves Donald jackass Trump is responsible. What does he do? What does he do? He's attacking all the media outlets. Of course he's going to attack everybody. He's attacking everybody. He's attacking Google, for Christ's sake. It's because it's a hard game and I'm extremely good at it, and I beat literally, like, this game is so legendary, it got a news article for how hard the main boss is, okay? And the whole point is that, like, I beat that freaking guy, okay? I did that, and then I beat literally one of the other, some people consider the other hardest boss in the game in 3 freaking tries. So this is literally all about just them trying to, again, make it seem not that way. And, again, as soon as I go into we all know it's about the bosses. So as soon as I go into that boss arena, that's going to cause trending. So let's, they just immediately, the FPS is shifting around. So remember, this was all about the bit rate. Before they're buffering the stream, they're attacking my device to buffer the stream. It was always going to eventually get like this, where they're eventually literally just attacking the game. They already broke Brotato, remember, in the middle of the stream. Brotato, middle of the stream. When I was blatantly going to finish the run, it was going to end very well. I was going to blatantly finish it, start the next run. All of a sudden, randomly, just started closing the game. Yep, start the game up, try to continue, same thing, over, over, and over, and over. Till we abandon the run. Oh, and then it works just fine, magically. So, again, I want to remind you that it's not like they haven't broken games before. Yep, views are still locked at 17, and I'm watching as they sit here and breach this other device. I'm watching the browser window consistently stutter around, just like you see on your screen. I'm watching my icons refresh on my desktop. I woke up today to every single icon on my desktop being randomly selected for no reason whatsoever. I sure as hell didn't do it, but I walked over and every icon on my desktop was selected, indicating somebody did that so they can copy everything on my desktop and paste it somewhere else. Pretty fascinating stuff, huh? Over and over and over, evidence left behind because of how stupid and, quite frankly, sloppy these criminals are. Just like, oh, who does that remind you of? Who's that? Oh, that's right. That's right. Donald Trump, who literally got caught, who's a convict in office. So how long are we going to continue just allowing a convict to... Well, I mean, what a dumpster. What a piece of trash. Less than garbage. Less than garbage. Somebody that doesn't even deserve to be in a waste receptacle. Every single time I have seen the stream go up to 6 concurrents, every last time I have seen the stream go up to 6 concurrents, it shoots down to 5. Every single last time. And I'm watching as they're lying. They're removing views. So right here's a concurrent that was in here. Again, it's been at 5, right? You see it. Literally down to 4. Up to 5, down to 4. Why is it different on the graph? Well, because I don't have the concurrence on the screen. So therefore, YouTube is so trash, they're not actually counting it properly. Just because I don't have it on the screen. So 17 views is what they're still counting on this stream. 17. Still. Do you remember when the scammer would come in here and instantly all the stream? It's like to just hundreds of likes just instantly for no reason whatsoever. And then would prove it's a scam because they would try to remove it all. And there were blatantly all these times where they screwed up. And then I would show you on stream, I would literally show you many examples of times where the stream had more likes than counted views. Well, I have news for you. That is physically impossible unless somebody is screwing around with those numbers. They literally just didn't remove the enough likes that they thought they you know, literally just left more likes on than counted posted view count. Many times. Yep. So basically what's happening is because this person is a scammer and they're flagging all my credentials behind the scenes, as soon as I go live, YouTube and all these assholes start doing this shit to my stuff, poking and prodding and screwing around with my stuff illegally, just because this scammer is flagging their systems. This is how lazy everybody is. That's literally what's going on. That's how fucking lazy everyone is. Just remember, it's all about spamming things so we can't have them. So, again, he's spamming the live reactions so that you guys can't use them. It's just like he spams private personal information in chat so that I can't have chat. If I have chat and people start using chat and you guys find out that I'm actually nice to get along with and all that, then he's going to start spamming chat or saying rude things or pretending to be somebody that again would just be trying to get me to play The Witcher, and you have no clue. I'd like to point out that the instant that I took away those reactions, we had instantly 2 more concurrents in here, which is the number that used to get scammed all the time anytime I would stop his scams before. I would see that, like, just extra 2. So again, the point is to spam things so that this channel can't properly be promoted, and it's to ruin the public's opinion of me. It's definitely, literally, the exact definition of defamatory. So. Check this out. Look what they're doing now. It's almost like the flashing light glitch in Hitman 3. Remember that? Look at the shadows on the cliff. I mean, they're literally just doing that, guys. Okay. It's pretty obvious the game is under attack. So again, I do own this game. So this is destroying things that I own. So I'm sure Trump wouldn't appreciate it. If somebody, went and destroyed his, one of his solid gold statues. Costs a lot more than a video game does. I mean, it's literally like lighting up everything, too. Like, they're literally just intentionally ruining the immersion of the game. Like, that's the point. Yeah, so the fact that it continues to do it, even after, they have broken the game on Steam, for sure. Yeah, I mean, you saw the FPS there. What was that about? So, like, this is what I'm talking about, where it's like it's a screen monitor almost, where like that doesn't even make any sense. And then you see all that too, that was flickering. That makes no sense for the FPS to drop like that just because I jumped in that spot. What is that about? Oh, so now we're just trying to pretend like it's this spot? No, it's not. Yep, look at all that FPS drop. So, I mean, like, this is just blatantly obvious to see it's continuing. This will be labeled as an evidence stream. This will be labeled as an evidence stream. Because this is definitive evidence of tampering with video games. Even he's not acting normal. The AI is being messed with. He was that enemy was not acting normal at all. He was just teleporting around. So and you saw as the AI is being messed with, the FPS drops horribly. So that's what's happening with the boss. They're just messing with the AI. And then, you know, elsewhere it's obviously textures, like lighting textures, lighting filters. They just want to break everything. Shadow filters, lighting filters, texture filters, whatever they can. Whatever they can. And now that it's an area that he can't mess with, he's playing around with the like button. Yep. So it's those water texture filters that they're. You see what I'm saying? Because it never did it here. So it's definitely those water textures that they're bogging down and getting them to load like absurdly. You know what I'm saying? I never did that before. So that's definitely the water texture there. Try reflections though. It's not doing it here. Yeah, it never did it like this, obviously. Obviously it didn't do it like that. So that's kind of my point, is like these tall tale areas that would always be definitively very well optimized, there's no question about it. They're just lowering it even more. Remember when I told you I first started playing this game, it was like double the FPS, it would like match to my monitor basically. So, you know, like it's just continued from there. They eventually, like, Microsoft capped it at 60 so that they wouldn't have to offer support for it, and then, you know, it just continues. So why is it that it's fine now, but it was 55 FPS in the spot earlier? So, like, this is the bullshit I'm calling out. Like it's you know, like, it's just sporadic. So again, it's literally just them momentarily doing this or that, you know, as I'm streaming. Yeah, now they're trying to pretend like it's... So, if you notice, now they switched it since I pointed out that it was textures, and... Now, again, remember, everything is that I'm wrong, right? So now they've tried to make you think that it's these guys. So earlier, it was happening in this spot, but now it doesn't happen. And there was guys here, I had to take them out. But then as soon as they popped up, it started happening again. So the whole point is that they're just changing this to various things at various times. And you could see there it wasn't happening. It wasn't happening there. So, you know, again, this is very much AI just being told to learn this or that and do it. Interesting, isn't it? You see what I'm saying about that? It's been a solid 60 the whole time we've been here. There's plenty of textures here. There's plenty of stuff to load here. I just took out an enemy. So, you know. Yep, there it is. And then right when I point it out, you can see very slowly it starts. The dip down to 59 to 61. That always starts with that. And then slowly but surely, there's going to be a huge dip eventually. It always starts with that. Again, it's not the game. It's them trying to break it. Make it look like it's the game. Wow. The stream has only increased by 2 views since I said that it was stuck at 17 earlier. Imagine that. Suppressing the stream, they're conveniently hacking the game the most, which is again what I have called out many, many, many times before. Oh, sorry, just give me a minute here. I'm doing some documentation stuff. I'm trying, you guys. Doing some documentation stuff, but I'm still not feeling 100% obviously, so. So me doing this doesn't make it happen. But then conveniently. Yeah. So they realized what I was doing, what I was showing you there, so they started changing it. It's an input hack. You just like any of the other USB devices they're hacking. It's just USB. And then the bit rate. As soon as I say that. Like, what do you think they're doing? So I think it's pretty fascinating that that the bitrate shifted around right when that happened. And now my runes are up top somewhere. Not that it matters, but I think it's pretty interesting. So it's not what they're supposed to do. There's a bunch of stuff I could do over here, I think. Oh, are you kidding me? This is absurd. How did he even target me standing up there? I mean, it's just ridiculous to pretend like that was actually something that happened just now. That didn't happen. And again, like, here it is again. I'm clearly looking at the map, and the scammer knows that I've talked about this before. The fact that you can't do anything while being attacked or look at the map, so that it causes an escalation conveniently right as I'm about to fast travel. So, like, you know, you clearly see what's happening here, over and over and over. Again, I'm literally up here. There's no chance of it, but for some strange reason, both of them. Oh, let's make it all three. Yeah, I mean, this is absurd. It shouldn't happen. I'm standing up here. How could he even see me? So, I mean, you literally just see the complete nonsense that they're creating here. It's just complete and utter fucking nonsense. So I have to document this now. Notice how the bit rate shifted around just then, 10, 15. Did you see the bitrate shift around a little bit down when I had the map open? Interesting, isn't it? Very, very fascinating. Just controlling the concurrent view count, lying about it. Wow. See the bitrate shift around really heavily there? Very, very heavily. So this is another place where you guys know definitively we've had really good performance. And I even stood somewhere for an entire hour and did an upload. And this is what it was all about. Lying about this, as you guys know. And then they just pushed more concurrence out of here as they continue to break the game, so that there's even less people, you know, even less people that they're trying to, you know, again, they pushed them out of the stream. They're trying to push people out of the stream. So I want to remind you that this has always been 100%. It doesn't drop down, not even a little bit. And the point is, I stood here for an entire fucking hour and showed you guys that. I did an upload. And now, as I call this out, you know, it's almost like they're trying to play cleanup. They're like, oh shit, that's right. He did do that. And then here we are. Same graphics settings. Nothing's any different. Except that Donald Trump has admitted that he is allowing attacks. And look at this. Look at, you know, all I gotta do is move it around. Like, it's obvious that they're doing it in certain parts of the game they have recognized as places that trend for people. Where I go there in the game and people start watching and it trends. So therefore, when I go there, they make it look like shit. This is one of those places, and so is the Abyssal Woods. And I pointed out the fact that I even turned down the settings, and it still happened. You know, again, it has nothing to do, literally nothing to do with that. I turned them all the way down, and it still happened. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing to do with it. So as you know, we stood here for an hour and it was a completely solid 60 FPS. Didn't move around at all. Didn't skip around, didn't look this trash. Sure as hell didn't drop down to 45 FPS just because I looked straight down at the ground. So just like, you know, again, if you think it's again, if you had issues with the optimization here and then you watched me play and it's very smooth, this is why they're messing it up, because you've been talking about this. Yep, there's the bit rate. And so you're bringing people in here saying, look, it's not messed up. Look. And meanwhile, now they're messing it up. So now you are going to look foolish because you brought people in here. And now they're going to use you to hate me. They're going to, because you're just going to. You're going to hate the fact that somebody, you know, you're trying to unban. So that is the dynamic that this scam is to create, where, you know, again, it's to cancel culture. It is to convince you that this is all you get. Meanwhile, they're stealing your RAM. They're stealing your GPU. They're sitting here using AI and stealing your internet, your GPU, your RAM. That's literally what they're doing. That's literally what they're doing. That is literally what they're doing. So I'm going to go ahead and I gotta document the definitive meddling here. This is obvious. Yeah, they're having it. It's a keyboard and mouse hack at this point. With, you know, essentially, if I just move around in this area, it detects that and slows down the FPS. That's it. That's all it's doing. It doesn't do that. You know what I mean? That's ridiculous. So that's where I pointed out earlier I could do that, and now all of a sudden, you know, they're attacking that. Well, that's the point. I pointed out earlier that I can do that, so they're going to attack that. There's the bitrate shifting around. Blatantly fucking lying. $15,000, shifting up to 15,000 to confirm. Yeah, yep. We want you to escalate while you're sick. We want you to escalate. That's what we want you to do. We're gonna exacerbate your symptoms and we're gonna escalate while you're on stream. You want to continue believing that it's a terrorist attack? They're trying to kill people. Escalating symptoms. My face is literally swollen. I am on stream in front of you, and they're doing all of it. All of it. The game, the stream software, the fucking inputs, every last little bit of this fucking shit is breaking. You still want to sit here and call it not a terrorist attack and be stupid? It is blatantly obvious. Donald Trump is a fucking asshole piece of shit terrorist that deserves to die. Right there it is. I mean, literally just escalating everything. Knowing that I am under the weather. Knowing I am sick. Causing that. Escalating it. Wow. And then as soon as I escalate, as soon as I take my voice up, wow, look at this. The FPS isn't dropping at all. Holy shit. And it was dropping here earlier like fucking crazy. Remember that? Still want to say it's not a fucking terrorist attack, you dumb retards? You fucking retards? Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Not happening literally at all. Wow. Remember when I was just in this spot earlier? Wow. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Terrorist attack. That is literally what this is. Terrorist attack. Literally. A terrorist attack. Right here, right on this fucking stream. Every single time there's a loading screen, the bitrate is shifting around all over the goddamn place. Every single time. And then you see the bitrate, you see the FPS shifting around. You see the FPS shifting around. Where this is not a place that does this. This never did this here. You know, it literally does not shift around like that. Yep. And then I show you this as I pass the time right away, but then you see how they're running the interference right after that. So yeah, they're getting this water texture to load extra. And I've said this before. I said when dumb people put on settings they shouldn't put on, again, it's like putting it on twice and because your card's already doing that. But again, we all already know that I literally just have used the same settings that I always use, and it never does this. This is absolutely a terrorist attack on my game to escalate my heart rate, my problem, my medical condition that's currently exacerbated right now that you see right in front of you. It's not any different. This is very personal. The scammer doing this is making an impersonation account that doxes my personal private information all the time. If I have a chat and anybody's in chat, this person is going to spam chat with my personal identifiable information. All of this is about getting anybody to attack. And they are. Again, it is now literally just like it is with Donald Trump, where he's clearly having all these problems. And these things are being exacerbated for me because they know about them. So every time I tell you about this or that, they just make a note of it and make sure to cause a problem for that. I mean, that's absurd. And that just makes more work for the developers, where they're intentionally trying to cause shitloads of problems for the game that they couldn't possibly keep up with. So it makes it the game look bad. They just they just want to sit here and break the entire thing. And again, like I said, conveniently doing all of it right as my the medical stuff, all of it. They are trying to speed up your heart rate. I have had many people come in my chat at many different times tell me to make sure to keep my heart rate down. Many different accounts at many various different times telling me to keep my heart rate down. Isn't that fascinating? Yeah, I found that very fascinating with all this going on. I think that is incredibly fascinating. And meanwhile, YouTube knows who this scammer is. So I think that's interesting. They know who it is. They can do something about it. And on the bit rate. Hasn't shifted around for a while, but, you know, as I say that... Okay. Alright. Are you seeing the obviousness of the situation? I am. Man. Yeah, they definitely use all kinds of stuff to exacerbate your symptoms. I've already sat here and basically told them theoretically some technology that would do it. Theoretically. Now, not definitive, obviously. How the hell would I know? But theoretically. So then these things then happen. That's all they're doing. They're just stealing the idea. Just like China always fucking does. So I think it's pretty interesting that... Yeah, they started doing it as soon as I pointed it out. Did you notice that? Why is it doing it only... You see what I'm saying? But there, it's fine. That makes no fucking sense at all. Literally makes no sense. And then just completely stops doing it there. So again, it's just them screwing up something in the game. It probably is that stuff that I pointed out, where... You know, there's certain stuff about a game that, you know, the optimization takes a while, so they're just removing the optimizations they did, you know, or something like that. But yeah, like, it does seem more with water textures, obviously. But, you know, like, why would it do it there but not here? You know, like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, that's not the game doing that. That's a design to screw with you. You know, because obviously it would just do it there. And it's not because I'm moving it. Okay. But, I mean, obviously if I move it there, fine. Then it's going to do it when it's already dropping. But, like, the point is that they're doing that. They're causing something, you know. And, you know, in the hinterland, obviously, it's probably just the foliage. I mean, you could easily, you know, there's a lot of foliage there. But, yeah, it's probably just reflection, textures, lighting, stuff like that. It's not as obvious. Yeah, sort of like the flickering cliff. Yeah, that should have been a little bit of an indicator, you know, like the flickering cliff. Obviously, that's the incorrect lighting effect for that cliff. It's like, you know, like shining a random light. So obviously, that's just a lighting effect that happens, you know, when there's supposed to be light there. So just messing up the weather, I guess. You know, like stuff's supposed to be a certain way at a certain time of day, and they just mess with it. So like how I told you, if you remember a while back, I would stand at Graysite playing and pass time just to get them to stop doing the dumb weather thing. You know, because like they're constantly making it cloudy and rain because I was showing you how cool it looked. And how many times have we seen evidence of that? Where we talk about, you know, how cool stuff looks. Wow. It literally doesn't do it at all when I'm like that. So that confirms it. All they did was, I think, don't quote me on this, but I think they replaced it. Like, I know it's already ported, but I think Microsoft replaced it somehow with like almost like, and again, it's not a reinstall. So, but they're trying to replace it sort of little by little, which is why they want me to install things on stream. They want to replace it with the Xbox app version, like the shitty ass non-working Xbox version that runs like this with games. This is how games, like, if I look down here, like, there'll be just no reason for it. On the Xbox app, we'll just run games like shit. So what they're doing is they're spying on Steam to figure out how they do it, instead of doing the work themselves. Like, look at that. It's not even moving around at all. But if I look down at the ground, it's going to start moving around like crazy. That's not the game. That has nothing to do with it. This would be more difficult. It's loading more. Looking at the ground or the sky is limiting your what the game renders. You know, like that doesn't make any sense. You know, it's reversed. And yeah, like even looking up there, it's totally fine. Not dropping at all. But you see them trying to stutter around on the stream software for sure. Yep. And then as soon as I look even like remotely down a little bit, yeah, this is definitively because the Xbox app started loading all of your games and storing the information. Guarantee it. I guarantee it that this is because Microsoft started doing that. You know how like the Xbox app starts up when I'm playing a game now too, and you know, I'll specifically close it even though it automatically started up to begin with before starting a game. And so obviously if you're playing on Steam, your Steam game shouldn't just inherently automatically be loaded into the Xbox app, but they are now. Every last one of them, they can see like all the info and stuff. Like it's in there. It's built in there. So like that's how they're able to mess around with it for sure. Because they were always able to screw around with the Xbox app. It's a piece of shit. With some of these games that were sort of a little bit older and came out maybe, you know, a while back, there's plenty of evidence to support the fact that older hardware ran those just fine. So it's a lot harder for them to do things about that, you know, because you can prove that. But like stuff like this where they've always been meddling around with it, wow. Yeah, that's just nuts. $11,000, $15,000. Yeah. So when I have it pointed up, yeah, doesn't even make any sense. And as soon as I fell, you saw how skippy it was. The FPS dropped and everything. Because I looked straight down. Bitrate 11,000. Shifting around. So this is all about the fact that, like, they clearly know that the ground textures look really awesome in this. And that the landscape is awesome. So they're just having all of the landscape, you know, like making it really hard to load. Unless I do that. Then it's suddenly fine. Magically. Wow. Isn't that amazing? So, well, it's kind of funny how, yeah, interesting. Yeah. Right, so again, it's not happening literally at all if I just look up at the sky. And again, the ground is loaded. It's not like it's not loaded. It's still like partially on the screen. So like that, you know, like that's crashing those things, you know, like that's, and like I said, that's the stupid shit that the Xbox app would do with games. So I guarantee you this is because they, you know, are screwing with the stuff in the Xbox app. And then doing it through that. Right. Yep. And it only did it there briefly, just because again the camera dips down when I jumped the ledge. So this is the, you know, like, wow, that's pretty crazy. So yeah, there's that. I'll bet you it does the same thing here. Betcha. If I were to do that. All right. Wow. 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 Yeah. It's all about that. So they clearly have determined that people like the landscapes, and so therefore want me to like look around, look down, because probably most people do play it on console. So since Asmongold is the only one allowed to play this because he's you know, pro-Trump, they're gonna mess it up for other people that aren't pro-Trump, or, you know, that they haven't approved of, essentially. That's all that they're doing. So like someone like Asmon, he's not gonna see this stuff because they want to they're manipulating him differently. Since he's already on their side, they don't need to do stuff like this. See, the point is that they are really manipulating people to think everything's trash. So like, if you double down and you start doing it, then it's working. It's cancel culture. So, you know, sort of how, like, if you remember, we had that person in the stream for a while that was probably just, again, another, you know, again, the scammer again, being toxic and stuff. With stuff like that. With stuff like what I'm talking about, you know, drawing attention to it and stuff like that. And that was a precursor to a lot of this, was how does it look so smooth, you know, and stuff like that. And so that is told these people that this is a real thing that people look for, you know, that they want. So they were going to always destroy that because that was something that I was good at doing. Just like, I had huge spam accounts commenting on my martial arts shorts and stuff like that I posted. Huge amounts of spam accounts and people just, frankly, saying incorrect, invalid things, you know, just stuff that doesn't even make any sense. And, so, you know, it was easy to tell that these people weren't, you know, like, it's just the sort of thing where they take a certain tone with it, so you know it's not even like in question. But yeah, it was just nonstop, and that's the point. They knew that was something I was good at, so they're gonna, you know, just like they're halting the view counts on my vocal cover shorts, because they're not half bad. So like, again, that's what a lot of that is just them, you know, trying to trying to interfere with that. And yeah, like it's every time I look down. This is insane. It shouldn't be that way. So that's obviously going to be every boss that I face, and that's what they were counting on. And that's why the AI acts like that, because if it's having performance issues like this, well then yeah, the AI will act strange. For sure. Yeah, and there's really no reason for that to be happening. It's not like you know what I mean? Like, I could actually turn up the graphics. I've shown you guys this before. Like, I don't even run this at what I could. That's what you gotta understand. I could really, really turn this up even more. So like I'm never pushing it. Never. And that's, they know that. So that's why they're doing it. Because there's extra room there. They can use that. I mean, this is just ridiculous. How conclusive this has been. As soon as I look at the ground at all. Yeah, as soon as I'm down here. That's it. But up here, nope. Crazy. All right, so I think that I should finish the stuff I have to work on, because there's now a bunch of things I have to do after the stream too, and so I should probably get off stream and communicate to my lawyer that this is very blatantly a terrorist attack. You know, again, we know that. We know that they mess with whatever your main thing is. They've done it a million times now. I've already explained this. Hitman 3 even had completely ridiculous game-breaking glitches that didn't make any sense. And they would happen and break the game, where I wasn't even able to play it for a while. And you know, again, didn't even just stop there. We're talking about Hearthstone. We're talking about Brotato. We're talking about this now. It took them a while to get to this, but you clearly see it's happening. I mean, they did it on Baldur's Gate 3 the moment that I was starting that thing. Yeah. Because, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 ran freaking phenomenal on my machine. So the whole point was that they wanted to make sure that people were not going to watch me play that. Just like anything else that has looked really fucking good when we're playing it, and that's my thing. So therefore, you know, even my Hearthstone streams, you know, people were noticing, like, you know, he's pretty good at making this stuff like look better than just the normal. Yeah. And so this scammer hopes to just learn all this stuff about how I do it to break those various things. And then steal those ideas, you know, and maybe sell them to other people, other streamers, that sort of thing. Where I've actually seen examples of other streamers all of a sudden doing things conveniently around me doing them that I don't know that necessarily watch me. So, you know, it's way too much stuff where this person, who sits in a chat for 2 years, who sits in a chat for literally 2 years straight, just spamming an emoji button. Who does that? Like, what even is that? So, rationalize who would do that, who is doing that. Where the moment we start streaming, that person's in there hitting that confetti button. They're in here before everyone else. Yep. So that's the point. Basically, we proved that they're causing a problem for this to make it seem like, PC can't run it and stuff like that. But really, it's just they're console-flying it. If I start looking at the ground, and that's on purpose. They don't. They are trying to break it. They want to console-fly it, so that way they don't have to do all this hacking on the PCs all the time. They want to narrow the attacks. As soon as I dip this down, it's just dropping. But if I keep it up here, nope, not even once. Which is what it normally is. That's what I normally see. That exact 60. I never see it drop. Like, never. Not before this stream. Never. This is insane that it's like this. So, that's pretty interesting. But as you can see, there is always like some sort of weird thing you can do, but that's the point. You do that, and they're gonna break it even more. So. How many times am I gonna sit here and I'm gonna tell you all about this? And, somebody does something about it instead of this person just getting further and further into video games, Elden Ring and stuff that they can affect what's the parameters of the game and actually make, the game look bad and the streamer and use the streamer's thing that they like to do against them, or something like that. Again, it must be nice to just randomly have a crap load of billions of dollars from random companies that you sort of own. To sit here and do all of this to somebody else. You know, again, it must be nice. All of this has always escalated around the current president. All of it. The motive, everything, has always escalated around talking about him. This is manga in a you know, in a capacity. And it's, again, we've called it out for what it is before. Okay, it's fascism. It is manipulation. Well, these people are probably being manipulated and lied to. But even if they're not, well, obviously it's very wrong to sit here and do this and make games that look bad, that clearly a huge team of people spent a lot of time and hours putting hard work into making it look nice. That's not fair. That's not right. They already did the work. Just like I'm doing here. Where this same scammer, this impersonation scammer, halts my views right as I'm uploading something, just to steal all that trending. Just like that. Blatantly lying about the number of views in this stream is absurdly low. As you guys know. And this is because I've been not putting the concurrent counter on the stream, on the screen. Okay, there's 7 people in here right now. How many do you think how many does it say for you? Does it actually say 7? There's 7 people in here right now. And they're saying there's 30 views on the stream when there's 7 in here right now. At the start of the stream, there was instantly 6, then there was 5, then 4, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 4 for a while, then 6, then 5, then 6, then 5, then 6, then 5, then 5, then 5, then 5, then 5, then 4, then 4, then 5, then 4, then 5, then 5. I mean, like, it's just going on and on. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 4, then 3, 4, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, all the way up to 5 there, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5. So again, why are we trying to sit here and say the stream only has 31 views? We've been streaming 4 hours. You guys know I pull in triple digits by the end of 3 hours. At least triple digits by the end of 3 hours. And when I do my intelligence streams, where we talk about intelligent things, you guys know I have a habit of sometimes pulling in thousands. This is what it should be and continue to be in trend up. And instead, all around this impersonation scammer that is clearly MAGA showing up doing these things, taking my streams to post them on his own channel and say he's me, all around this, all of my views, everything is being lied about, all of a sudden halted. Nothing is processed during the stream anymore. So that way this person can sit here and leave everything in limbo to be attacked. To remove views live. Instead of them counting. I'm being definitively recorded. So it's literally just the same thing that you see where they break something just to abruptly end the stream. If I'm really going on Trump that day, and I'm not happy with YouTube either, man, then we break then the entire network driver on the actual hardware itself. The network driver literally on the hardware itself, right in Windows, just becomes disabled permanently until I do something about it. Imagine that. So there's times that those streams are abruptly ending, where I've told you I did not end the stream. Well, sometimes that's literally what they're doing. Where before, they were abruptly ending it on YouTube's side of things. So now, they are literally just breaking the network driver so that it does not, literally is just disconnected on a software level. That's literally what they did the last time. And again, doesn't come back until I physically do something about it. Like, literally, Windows has no clue. It's like, well, you just lost network internet connection from this device and no other device. And we have no fucking clue why. And Windows is like, we have no clue why. So, just a little recap there. It's been pretty definitively obvious along the way, okay, that there are a lot of companies at fault here. Microsoft being a really big one. Huge. And probably the reason why YouTube is having problems. Because I'm pretty sure they're not running their systems off Linux. Maybe the server. But I'm pretty sure the people that answer and the people that look into stuff, the people that do stuff, they're just using Windows. So that wouldn't be good. And that's probably what's happening. So anyway, just figured I'd give you a little update there, a little, summary of some things that we've seen recently and whatnot, while talking about this, because we can clearly see we're only at 34 views. And we've been going 4 hours, over 4 hours. I mean, there's 6-7 people in here now. Okay, 34 views? No, it's ridiculous. You're not fooling anybody with that. Should be 200. Because again, we would have trended. They're just controlling, making them stay single digits when I don't have the concurrent counter on the screen. See, they keep it single digits. Single, not even double, single digits when I don't have the concurrent counter screen. This is my point with some of the other streamers where it's happening to them too. This was my point. Because they're not doing that too. They're just getting away with doing the same sort of thing. Where they just keep you. These are the patterns I noticed. If I don't have that concurrent counter, they did this way back too. This is nothing new. This one they did way back too. Where, they're just trying to keep you in single digits and drive down the concurrent viewers. If, you don't have that proof that there's, concurrent viewers on the screen. Because if people see that, they might, again, that's the point. there might be something they're doing there that conflicts, and so it's the sort of thing where if you're not doing that, and that really throws them off. Remember, we proved why they broke Prism. Remember, they broke Prism. We sort of proved that it runs everything really smooth, it runs really light, and then not only that, like they literally just like the colors are better and everything too. Like there's a lot of different things actually. Um, sorry, I just yeah, you you guys know what's going on. Um, but yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to deal with it. Um, the the um the prism, as far as like prism is concerned, the very first time, you guys know, when we freaking used that and they saw how well that worked. The whole point is the concurrent counter, and like again, that's just immediate, so like just like you see they're causing a delay. They're trying to learn the delay, so they come in the stream and leave and calculate delay to mess with the stream by doing this with the other concurrent counter I put on the screen. So that's why they sat here and like literally broke Prism, so they can sit here and actually learn the delay of the stream. And that there's a lot they can do with that. And so again, that's again, there's just everything about that. Everything, like, it looked better, obviously. Really, really smooth. Again, we could track the concurrence in real time versus a delay that they could calculate. So that ticked them off too. And thus not really necessarily needing the bit rate thing on the screen. So even just taking that away, and YouTube being a little bit happier, like the whole point is that Prism was the one I should use, so they clearly are intentionally breaking that for me, or that was obviously just clearly the one that was going to work best for what I'm doing, and so they broke it. Just like with XSplit, where they weren't too bright about that, and I tried to tell them that somebody was attacking it too, but it was this, they were really hiding it back then. But it's all the same attacks, it's all the same type of stuff, just at different times. With various times, like I said, there's stuff they're doing to USB devices, crashing those. That's kind of the point. Causing causing a problem for like the camera and stuff like that. Like that's the point. So anyway, it's important to remember that they love things that get power to them. So just remember that. It's pretty sad when they're this malicious and actually trying to attack people, like real terrorism. It really is insane, but it really is happening. And it's beyond conspiracy when you have all these things that line up that are, I mean, that's proof of that. You know, like, it's not conspiracy anymore. You have enough confirmed patterns and evidence of this, you know, doing this, you know, I mean, give me a break. You know, we're talking, you know, like, this was the game I pointed out I could come back to that would never drop in FPS. And so all these games drop in FPS, like Borderlands 3 and stuff like that, that we played perfectly just fine before. And now I'm like, yeah, okay. And I can play Elden Ring just fine at basically max graphics and stream that. And I can. And I always could. I mean, it's not maxed now, because again, I don't really do that. But it still looks really damn good, and it's not like it's low settings. But you know, like, the point is, this is what they're doing. It is blatantly what they're doing. So just try to see that stuff for what it is, and instead of, you know, maybe kind of leaning into the whole troll business, because, you know, it's just causing people to be too hateful toward each other, and that's what these terrorists and everything, that's what they're doing. And, you know, I already talked to you guys earlier about how they're using their terrorist church organizations, you know? Like some of these organizations, you know, they're really not for your best interest, and for, you know, church and stuff. You get what I'm saying? They're really not necessarily your best interest. I'll be honest with you, now that I'm looking at this, some of this foliage looks like it's not loaded properly. So not the flowers, the foliage. Yeah, it's the foliage. They're crashing the foliage. Look, because it's not the flowers at all. Look. They're crashing the foliage. See? And, you know, again, in addition, probably a bit of the reflections and water and stuff like that, but, you know, it doesn't happen at all when I do this, as we talked about. I think that's interesting. So that is still weird, but the foliage, yeah, that does look a little strange. Right there. That looks different than even that. Yeah, it don't look like that. That's really weird. It's all pixelated and jagged. Look at that. So that's evidence of that texture not loading right. And if that happens, yeah, it's gonna, yeah. Yep. That's what it'll do. And it may not do it, if it's well optimized, it may not do it until you move the screen. So that's what they're doing. It's that shit. That's so insane. Probably because they know the foliage in this game is awesome and does extremely well. Yeah, see how it's even doing it on this screen? Just because we're angled down. That's ridiculous. Yeah, and then now it's fine. But I am gonna call out the foliage in some spots because it was that's very strange. So that confirms it. Like they're crashing it somehow. So anyway, that was your little update on the situation, and we are still this whole time. They've been lying. They kept it at the concurrence. This whole time I've been talking. They kept it at the concurrence it's at. And it's still only at 34 views. 4.5 hours in. We've had 7, 5, 6, 5. You know, like just constantly these concurrents, and it says it's at 34. I mean, it's just a lie. So I appreciate anybody that's in like watching, that's actually trying to watch. A lot of the accounts that sit in here are just the scammer. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.